Where's me? Where'd I go? Oh shit, there I am. I'm a lawyer. You can tell that I am a lawyer. Playing the great asexual attorney chronicles. Of course. What do you think it is? I had the worst day of my life, so I am here to do something, I guess. I don't know. I've never played these games before, so it's going to be a new experience for me.
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation. The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide. But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
Bienvenue! November 22nd, 8:43 a.m. For Judiciary. Defendants. Antechamber 5. Can I make that go faster? Now hold on a minute. Hold on just one second. Guess not. I'll figure it out. Can't believe it. Can't believe this is happening. I'm gonna be just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber. Highest court in all of Japan, waiting to decide my fate. Highlight on the word fate. Oh. What? Oh, nothing. Save your clothes, murderer. Sorry, fuck. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now here I am, waiting my trial. Shut up! Stop having plot. I don't want my eyes. He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. And who are you supposed to be? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? What the fuck's a lawyer? Shut up. Really, Kazuma. I never meant to drag you. Oh my god, Kazuma Kiryu. No, no. Ah! 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 Ah. You didn't actually do a murder, did you? I did. No. Of course not. You have to believe me. I didn't do it. I could never murder someone. And there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. You mean... I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryunosuke. Where'd the background go? Oh. Kazuma Asogi, my best friend. Also in his second year at Yume University. We're like fucking 16 and shit. Far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. Also, he internally has wind indoors. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive. He's an undergraduate. The qualifications don't mean much yet. Did exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. 3 days ago. Yes, that was when all this started. God, it's even happening in flashbacks. Like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. I want to bring about change on our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. Hey, and come with me. We have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. If only we were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. It's duel o'clock. It's time to duel. I better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. Look, real coffee. Yeah. Highball. He faded from existence. Right after that, that's when it happened. I was just so excited about you going to London that I just murdered a guy in cold blood. Professor! I didn't think you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me. But never mind that for now. Asogi, you should immediately go to the judge's chambers. To His Excellency chamber? Why? He was looking you for before. You advocating for defense in this trial was a sudden decision. Seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? Who is he? I shall accompany you. Alright then, Ryunosuke. See you in the courtroom. Yeah. My God, they're all Japanese. This is awkward. If I may, I am Omni-Man. No. Must be the defendant. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yeah, that's right. It's fucking right. Name is Eugene Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. Professor Mikotoba. I've heard that name from Kazuma before. I recall he's been pushing to get the government to agree that Kazuma's studying abroad. Sogi's told me about you. You and he are best friends. I understand. As such, I feel as you should know. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Sogi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, he failed to defend you in today's trial. I'm afraid that that permission will be revoked. Never granted again. Dab. I'm aware of this. I had a feeling Sogi may have chosen not to tell you. Agree to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered? I don't understand. Would a government do such a thing? The administration is to choose from a large number of applicants for the overseas study. Very difficult to persuade them to grant permission. Most favorable of circumstances. I don't fucking believe it. But I didn't do it. I didn't swear. I would not murder. I didn't do it. I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. See, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry, what do you mean? You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. Huh? But then what should I do? Well, go fuck yourself. Naturally, I'm gonna not suggest anything that'll lead to a conviction. Right, so as soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. You. What will the question be? Surely not. You accept the accusations brought before you. Of course not. You got it! Get your raggedy ass in here! You must surreptitious discussions are to be cut short. Allow me to summarize. Asuma Sogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as a defendant, the final decision is yours. God, oh my God! Get the fuck out of here! This is it. Trial goes badly. Azuma's dreams of studying abroad are over. Also, I'll be dead. Guilty of murder! So, absolutely no idea of what lay ahead. I embarked on that unforgettable trial. My one and only chance to prove my innocence of the trial and decide my destiny. This is a courtroom. Ah! Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power. I don't much like the look of these people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. Powers that have demanded this be a secret trial. Secret trial? Trial that's closed to the ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? Why? It'll become clear in time, but for now, need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. About to begin. Ah! Court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency. As is the defense. Before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request of changing of advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedures for the defendant's advocacy to be presided 2 days prior to trial. As it's an unusual circumstance, I am obliged to ask for the final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? This is it. This must be the question. Going to defend me. That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do... I need to answer quickly. What should I do? Yes! Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. Look at Ryunosuke over there. He's about to shit himself.
Yes!
What is the meaning of your unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. Beat. What? What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Professor Migatoba told me everything just now, before the trial. Did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. That's sad. It means you don't have faith in me. I think I won't be able to get you off. No, it's not that, really. Just... Well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Ellipses. Yes. I knew that's how you'd feel, which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Fisk. Professor Migatoba should have stuck his nose in. Very well. Court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial. Well, well. How does the accused admit defeat already? Renouncing his own counsel, really?
Objection!
Shut. Make no mistake, counsel. Merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent he's confident he can speak for himself. That's so, Naruhodo-san. Ah! No. Oh, shit, yeah. Yeah, I meant that. I'm not confident at all. In fact, I'm about to cry. I realize that you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered. Well, for a university student to be brought before the Supreme Court. Whoosh! You must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed. Shut up. As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, very highest standards of conduct are expected at all present. Do I make myself clear, defendant Naruhodo? Yeah, yes, Your Excellency. It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken. Like, competence? But what? You must pass these license tests. No. You can't be questioning more than I am. Well, let's start with the very simplest of questions. Oh, yeah, sure. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I'd care to remember. But, wait. I forgot! Oh, shit! Ryunosuke. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank. You know me so well. All the relevant information in this case can be found in the court record. But I can't even find that. Simple. Access the court record with the press of E. If you ever find you've forgotten something, just consult that. All in there. Now go find your keyboard. Have to press E for the court record. Alright, there's no time to lose. This is a list of evidence you've collected. And try switching to people instead with E. Find the victim details in here. When you're done, press Z. John H. Wilson, victim of the case. Visiting professor of medicine at Ashe University from the British Empire. And remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. Now that you better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the people section of the court record, and then press R to present. Try now. I present me! No. Okay, no.
Yes!
Yes. Victor's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university. Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to Ashe University 3 years ago. Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally, and the Dutch. And as most of you will be aware, we've just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. Can't be any more who have learned of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. Yet despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. You are both undergraduates of the Imperial Ashe University, are you not? Murdering a professor from that very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor? Why did you do it? The case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies from the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution of this matter. In other words, our feeble government is scared of us setting England's policy matters. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. That's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly. The government needs to convince someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference. Me here. Fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Oh dear, look at the time. It's time to duel. I better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. I love coffee. Look at that flower. Alright. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then. Whee! Nyong. British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think. Wait. I gotta go kill that guy. Wait, no. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's visiting a professor from Great Britain. He's a visiting professor. I don't know his name, but still, I should go and say hello. Hello! I'm Nana Caliano! I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the record the cause of death. Cause of death? Obviously, that was... Ryunosuke. Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. By evidence? Like, how? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. Duh! Dummy! Stupid! Death occurred a little after 2 p.m. Caused by loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body. That's probably going to be important later. Alright. Present!
Yes!
Yes! Well... Papers. According to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma. Learn to read, you imbecile! That's the post-mortem report, I take it. Sorry, yes, that's right. The post-mortem report. In the West, a doctor dissects the corpse to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Oh, well, yeah! As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later. This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, you should assume that the victim was shot at close range. Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record. That's a photograph print. Oh, that's something I've never seen before. Really superior to the drawing. The detail's incredible. Very well, I am satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial. Certainly, Your Excellency. So, without further ado, in order to better apprise the court with the facts of the case, the prosecution here tries to call his first witness who was here at the scene of the crime when it happened. This is it then. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. Professor? You mean Dr. Mikitoba? Yes, clearly you're the defense lawyer today, not me. That doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. Ah! Of course! He was speaking with me before he simply said, Kazuma Sogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He's been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Maybe, but any help you could give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Oh, my first piece of advice is rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control this cold stares first. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please. Of course, I am Satoru Hosonaga. I'm the head waiter at a Western-style restaurant called Le Carnival. I am sorry, I have tuberculosis. Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up blood. It's just the opium. The regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. It really should. As everyone knows, the capital southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors 7 years ago. It's a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, an incidental eatery 3 days ago. Understood. Hosonaga-san, you kindly tell the court everything you know about the incident. At once, sir. And no petty interjections from this aspiring lawyer boy, please. Oh, aspiring maybe, but aspiring? Just after 2 p.m. on the day of question. We have few diners at that time of day. The lunchtime rush was over. There were only 3 tables left occupied. At fits in with my memory of it, too. Hardly anyone else in that place. It was when I was in the kitchen, putting away crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair. Standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student.
Yes!
Yes, I'm from a university. Hold on, let me clarify something here. When I did pick up a gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot him.
Objection!
Objection! I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur. But the next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, Defendant Naruhodo. Don't worry, Yunosuke. Have your chance to fight back. For now, you must quietly listen to the witness. I may confirm one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see in here in court today. Yes, without question. I see. And apart from the accused, is there anyone else standing beside the victim? No. There was no one else around that table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Huh? Wait, what did you just say? No one else around that table. What's the matter, Ryunosuke? That's just not right. I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello. There was a woman sitting opposite him at the table. Really? That's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about it interjecting, but still, what should I do? I just desperately want to say something, but I was told not to interject. Yunosuke. Your parents tell you to study. You're the kind of man who would diligently get to work, aren't you? I suppose I am. I'd never get into Yubei University otherwise. You can't just always follow the rules in life, you know. If you don't say what you want to say right now, you'll seriously regret it when you're found guilty. Alright, you scared me. I won't forget that piece of advice in a hurry. It's something I want to say. I'm just gonna shut my eyes and say it.
Yes!
I don't care that you broke your elbow. Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson was not alone that day. I'm sure of it. The lady sitting with him at the same table.
Objection!
Shut your bitch ass up. Dear me, dear me. What are we gonna do with you? Your blatant disregard for court proceedings. I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. To be the accused. This mere student is not a real lawyer after all. But I'm sure of what I saw. Matsunaga-san, any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy. No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please, have a look if you'd like to. Let me see. Sketch of the establishment's layout drawn by yourself, I presume. That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter. Conscientious waiter. Thank you, sir. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well. Their problem. And the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. Oh. The moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant. Only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. Lieutenant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. You admit your guilt at this stage. The court is willing to look mercifully upon you. In other words, you may have some small reprieve in the terms of your inevitable punishment. I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court. But I must warn the defense. You are determined to pursue matters in this trial. The prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. You think I should do, Kazuma? What do you mean? Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Would it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Everyone keeps telling me that this trial's unusual, about these peculiarities. You've said it, Professor. Mikotoba said it. And so is the judge of the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. Trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it? What? The accused is in fact innocent. And the defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryunosuke. Ah, fuck! The defense pleads not guilty, bitch! Ex-judge! We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. See just by how decisive this evidence really is. Rabble, rabble, rabble. Indeed. Prosecutor Ouchie, please continue with the proceedings. Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I could be a devil when I want to be. I could be your angel or your devil. Ugh. Cringe. A few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever. The prosecution calls in its next witness. Rick. Very well, officer. Bring forth the witnesses at once. What the fuck? Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court. Yes, sir. The Great Nippon Empire Army Sergeant E.A. Sanosa. Reporting for duty, sir. Myself, I find employ as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from efflorescence of our nation, Nippon. Conduct my trade from Rasuten, a humble premises on the 2nd District, Yorio Kurikuda. Your service. An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing. Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day of the question. They must be at the diner's other table that the waiter mentioned. I bet one of them fucking did it, piece of shit. Just you wait. I don't know. I actually don't know. Myself, I habitually take tea for the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always post-noon. And not infrequently converse with interested parties regarding the curios which I make my business. Can't understand what this old man's saying. He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at La Carnival. Seeks out potential customers who may have been interested in antiques and tries to sell his wares to him. He obviously targets La Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Right, I see. To be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller than a buyer. Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct? Affirmative! The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner, what can only be described as an act of war, sir. That was that black uniformed rogue infantryman over those who unloaded his firearms, sir. Hands is impossible to understand as the other one. I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. This is the decisive evidence that the prosecution was threatening. Soldier's just claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yeah. Well, he's starting to feel uncomfortable. I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now, the court may hear your formal testimony, please. State everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. Standing by ready to report, sir. Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon. Witness testimony. What the witnesses saw. I was ingesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio. Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moment. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. That wicked university cadet, sir. The cruel and unforgivable enemy. What times we live in. An English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day. But that's ridiculous. I didn't shoot anybody. Is that really true, Ryunosuke? Yeah, all I did was pick up the gun I saw lying on the floor. After I said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then, when I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant. When I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. Gun? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. I bent down, and just as I was picking it up, bang! Well, if that's the truth, there's obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there is a clue as to who that criminal was. Miss Ryunosuke! You must exercise your right to cross-examine the witness. Cross-examine? Do it now! Pussy! As we've heard, Your Excellency, there's no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. The time to bring this despicable student to justice. Certainly, the testimony in court has just eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is of my grave duty to declare the verdict of this. Yes! Yes! What in the name of the fuck? The defense. Let's try to look on contamination. What? Dear me. Let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic. Huh? Did he know? The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How could he possibly carry out a cross-examination?
Objection!
Shut your ass, bitch! The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Gulp. As was so commanding. Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Ryunosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies with the witnesses' statements. How? He didn't fire the gun, which means that the soldier has... what the soldier said had to be a lie. Well, yes, but... it's just a case of proving it. And the key to doing that is evidence. Right. Evidence. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Fire my hand, ow! Let's go, Ryunosuke! Don't let them beat you! Ow! Alright then! All or nothing. So, you're saying that you actually saw me at that time? Affirmative! I saw you. Laughing, cackling like a madman as you trained the barrel of the gun on the English civilian. That's impossible! I only... Allow me to confirm just one point, please. What's that, Private? Thinking carefully about the statement you just made, it seems to me that it must have been just after you heard the gunshot that you looked over to the victim's table. And so what if it was? Well, if that really is the case, it would mean that you didn't in fact see the precise moment when the killer actually fired his gun. Ah! And double ah! My sixth sense. Sorry? My sixth sense of danger. I picked up the waves of murderous energy radiating from your foul mind. Which means, a split second before you pulled the trigger, I was looking right at you, Cadet. That's not really possible, is it? Do you think I'd even got to the day when the army would have couldn't sense danger in the air, son? Well... it would seem the soldier's absolutely convinced that he saw you do the deed. Not good. A black uniform. Let's see. Okay, that's just like clearly not correct. Shut up.
Yes!
Yes! What are you playing at, Cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination, thrusting some photographic print in my mustache? Inconsistency, sir! I mean, yes! A clear inconsistency here. What nonsense! What can this print possibly tell us that we don't already know? Well, obviously, that, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth. I think this proves beyond any of doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom. Ah! This is so frustrating. Ow. Oh, please. I believe this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. To spell it out would be an insult to the court. Ozma, what? What are you talking about? It's apparent from a single glance at this photographic print presented by the defense. There's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement. What? Sergeant Ilesanosa. Iesanosa. Yes, sir. What, sir? The statement that you made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir.
Yes!
Yes. But no! It can't be. Why not, cadet? Because... Take a close look at the print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? Ooh, yeah, baby. Fuck you, baby. What the fuck? What was that? Someone just popped up from behind his back. Is that a baby? There was a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixated on the delicious log carnival steak, sir. What? Last testimony the court heard was proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. The witness, Sergeant Ieosa Nosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all. That's just absurd. I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. You're a whore. There was no place for an amateur prosecutor in here in this grand courtroom. Achievement. And a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial. Just from one discrepancy. Yeah, turnabout. They always use that word. This is what being an ace attorney is. Oh, he said the thing. He said the thing. Oh, screenshot. Screenshot. I am not going to be able to explain this later. But I definitely saw him. University cadet there. He was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back.
Yes!
I got so many screenshots. I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it off the floor. And you, old man, didn't see the moment the victim was shot either? Myself, I've already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for the treasure. Treasure? Why do you say it like that? Indeed! The Hohe Arakoban! My prize coin! On each occasion when I visit that restaurant, it is my habitude to place in my bosom pocket a particular trinket of interest from the shop, Rasute. In hope of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you. On the day under scrutiny, it was to the military man that I preferred my Hohe treasure. Believe that you could purchase such a rare find, I did not. But I was presented with a little alternative. And then, after averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, there was no more, it simply vanished. Koban vanished? Hunting around under the table, I was... Case mayhap had fallen there, and then it happened. Gun! Bang bang! McFoliage arrived. With the gunshot, you mean? Indeed I did! But he did it not, for I was concerned for finding my absconded Hohe treasure. Nothing could distract me! Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? No. I see. The lamentable day, the precious Hohe Koban was lost to me. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself. I'm sure everyone present is aware. Case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Ow. Nevertheless, the testimony this court has just heard was inconclusive. But how subservient our government feels it must be to the British. It would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Ouchie? Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he'll find a wolf at the back. Ahead, TJ. My witnesses have further testimony to make. Blade. Upon hearing the next statements, it will become abundantly clear there's only one person who possibly committed this despicable crime. Equally discriminable defendant. Free the guy out. What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Very well. The court invites the witnesses to testify again. We'll thoroughly explain the reasoning behind this prosecution's allegation. Is that clear? As clear as Kiriko glass, Your Excellency. Yes, sir. At once, sir. Shut up, baby. We're waiting signal to testify, sir. Excuse me, but there's something peeking out over your shoulder, I think. Affirmative. The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name, Ido. Those straps are a sign of a sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. Ido. Attention! Your father is about to quell the enemy. Watch it learn, my boy. Here's a spinny thing. Shut up. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it was almost the same thing. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was, that young lad in black. That much I did see. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself, eating a damn sandwich. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out. Those testimonies are certainly compelling. Yes! Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all. Please! Enough of these outbursts already. But there was a woman! A young woman at his table. Must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her.
Objection!
Shut up, bitch. He's him. Respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. You're not here to listen to your fantasies. Evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact. Is this a photographic print of the scene of the crime, counsel? Indeed. Of the table which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. As you can plainly see, there's only one playset. Certainly, based on the appearance of the print. It would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. This doesn't make any sense. Court will add this new photographic evidence to the record. Photographic print of the crime scene has been added to the court record. Carbonated water, you're lying. I don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman. Later before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. That's not true. I saw her. I swear that there was a woman with him. It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. Witness testimony we just heard leaves no further room for doubt. These very sensitive political times, as we know, the ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Takesuchi Aoji, would have contributed to the amenity of those two great empires is an honor. Fuck! How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. I do rule. The court affirms that I rule. And tell Ryunosuke, it's not over yet. What? What you say is true. And there's something going on here behind the scenes. Now's your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witness, but make it quick, understood? I've got lunch. Rules can be so unbending at times. Fuck. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the fire was discharged, it's almost the same thing.
Yes!
I must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there.
Objection!
As you have been at pains to point out time and time again, I'm growing a callus in my ear. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even the glimpse of this woman. Only there have been more people dining there at the time, and someone would have noticed her. Fortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. A quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know, of course the place was almost empty. It's what you'd expect. Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of a time to eat. Or if there was a reason why the victim was eating at this time of day, why he was alone. Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason. There was? This was found at the victim's jacket pocket. What is that, Counsel? It is a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant. Ota Clinic. Yes, there would have been a deer to be an entry in that date in question. 19th November, noon to past 1 p.m. Very day of the incident. Though the victim went there for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case. Wonder. What do you think, Ryunosuke? But, well, it was hard to see how that could be related, really. Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. I asked for Dr. Wilson's medical report card to be submitted as evidence? Yes.
Yes!
Yes! If I may, I'd like to ask for the medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency. On what grounds? The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern.
Objection!
Whether or not they're of concern is for us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues. Sorry, I'm just checking something. Okay. I beg your pardon? You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. Very well. The court will grant the defense's request. Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's the most disturbing trend. Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record. What we need right now is new clues. I want to look at that. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. Right, I hear you. I aspire to prolong this trial as much as you'd like, but it's the day after the festival already for you. Perhaps you've forgotten that these witnesses' testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate the accused Korikuchi-san. Looking at things. Okay. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. We've gleaned some new information now. Well, yeah, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before. Oh, you mean this? Yes, this is a brand new piece of evidence. But perhaps we could examine it in a little more detail. How exactly? You'll notice that some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. These are ones you may examine. Press space, and you can take a closer look at the piece in question. Use the directional buttons. But rotate it in 3D! And using WASD... Yes, I'm using a controller. You can move the crosshairs around to hunt for clues that you may have missed before. If the crosshairs start to pulsate, press space to investigate further. So, partner, I want you to take a closer look at this medical report card. See if there isn't something new to be learned by examining it in more detail. Alright, I'll see what I can do. I need to use the WASD in space to investigate areas of the evidence that look suspicious. Okay, I can kind of use my mouse while I'm doing this. There's Hota Clinic on this medical report card. I hate clinics, almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries. Aren't they all the same? When I was 5, I caught the only cold I ever had in my life. And I remember, even though I felt awful already, I had to have this hideous injection in my right arm. Ugh, I'll never forget it. Never my whole life. Most people would give their right arm to have only one cold in their whole life. Anyway, I don't think this is a clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Let's keep looking for clues. You don't want to miss anything. Rotate. Looks like this medical report card was first issued some time ago. It's probably a record of long-term treatment. That's why. With a family doctor, I imagine. I can't imagine going to a doctor, I mean. As long as I'm alive, I'm never consulting a doctor. You're gonna ping my stream for anti-vax. Come on, man. Well, if you were dead, there'd be no point. You just don't like doctors, then. Why would you? They make you drink horrible-tasting medicine. They give you painful injections. And then they demand lots of money from you for the privilege. All when you're at your lowest ebb. You sound like a model patient. With a bad case of stubbornness, no less. Which the only cure is very bitter medicine indeed. Thingy. Oh, yo. What's this? Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Ah, and there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with a topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so, just before the incident. He had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they used laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Yeah, I've heard of this anesthesia. It's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you from feeling pain. There's a cautionary note from this medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure until anesthetic effects have passed. Really? The information worth bearing in mind. Oh, bitch. Bitchity bitch, bitch. Tony again, don't you? Definitely. Then I saw with oh, fuck. Hold on. I fucked up. Is there a fast forward button?
Yes!
Well, I think, I'm gonna check the controls. What about you, whittling lad? Call yourself a lawyer. Wish I could. First and foremost here, I'm the accused. Ryunosuke. Everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. See quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. You raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully. You knew exactly what you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. Alright. Thanks for the advice. Orikura-san. This is a medical report card belonging to the victim. Ah, I see. And I don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement. Ow. Something clearly doesn't add up.
Objection!
Dear me, have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur? Sorry, what? You are not to interrupt our court proceedings with your amateurish drivel. But let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may have not done before that time is completely irrelevant. But that's, remember, Ryunosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point. Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There's surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witnesses' testimonies have been clear and concise. Medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that no one else besides the pale-faced pupil who could possibly have— shut the fuck up, bitch! Medical report card has nothing to do with the case? You really believe that? What? The outbursts have petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could that possibly be relevant? Perhaps because Hota Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic. A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me? Perhaps if I told you that the victim just had a tooth extracted? What's this now? And furthermore, if I told you that as a result, the victim had been forbidden from eating. Just what are you trying to say, cadet? He had orders not to eat? So what? All written up here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off. What? No, that can't. Orikura-san! What, boy? What? As you just heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. No. Additionally, there's more. It was assured the court with unwavering self-confidence. The victim was dining alone. But that cannot possibly be the case. Was the victim, as we know now, just had one of his teeth extracted. He was still experiencing the side effects of the anesthesia. Ah! Expertly done, partner.
Objection!
Get up! Wait, what is this nonsense? You little upstart! These are baseless accusations. Just look at the photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table.
Objection!
Objection. Use your head. It's very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic? How dare you? I think it's a fair point to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned. Okay, I'll stop. Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke? Yes, most definitely. We've just undergone dental surgery. The victim was unable to eat, which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who in fact was eating at the pictured beefsteak? The court will be heard in the opinion of the defense of this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel. Counsel? Oh, yeah, that means me, doesn't it? All right, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of your turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it? So, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been the as of yet unknown third party. Obviously, it could only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table.
Objection!
You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person.
Yes!
Yes. It was, because I saw her. He was there, bitch. When the incident occurred, he knew that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on this table. Ow! Therefore, only logical conclusion is that there was someone else there eating the steak. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witnesses' testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through with a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial, relentlessly. Cosma, are you insane? You would take on the government. Don't worry, counsel. I have no issue with you. What do you mean? I have an issue with them! The two witnesses in the stand. Fuck. Shit. Fuck. Shit. What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it now turns out the two of you deliberately lied when you gave your testimonies, obviously you will be charged with perjury. Perjury? And this is a murder trial. You will be also demanded to be, you'll also be deemed complicit in the killing. Complicit in murder? No! Negative. There will be no mention of this tactical meeting. I was just following orders. That's right, as the man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they told us. Ah, shit, I fucked up. Oh. What the fuck? What did you just say? Oh, no. You're just following orders? Now, hold on, lad, I was, Say you never saw the gentlewoman. When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What?
Objection!
What's the meaning of this? Those witnesses gave false statements. Pew, pew. Is that true, you pair? Just one cent. Just one simple slip of the tongue. Order, order! Counsel, explain what is going on here. Ow! It's painfully clear now. Mike broke my hand. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this. And who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut? And this baby's going crazy. Oh, he's pulling on his mustache. Well, that's classified. But you're prepared to be as tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening. Ryunosuke. Judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Ouchie had any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there's only a handful of possibilities. It could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Well, any ideas about who might have been behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, we can continue our pursuit. We need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut. Of course, we'll need evidence before we can make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whether whoever did it really could wield his or her power here. How? How can we possibly... Remember how we made progress before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a clue as a result. Oh, yeah, yeah. That's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose. I want answers! If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe. Please, wait. Your Excellency! I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god, hey, we're in Japan, I knew nothing. What does the defense have to say for itself? Your Excellency, no time to think. I'm just gonna close my eyes and shout out the thing. Who could it be? Who could it be? Jesus! Finds the prosecution, the only person with necessary influence to manipulate the witness is...
Yes!
You bitch! There! What do you make of that? Think, counsel, that you may want to close your ears as well as your eyes. Otherwise, the size of disappointment in this courtroom may very well deafen you. Act. You feel and close your eyes in a crisis. I suggest you keep your mouth shut the next time as well. Otherwise, I may have to use the influence I have in this courtroom to shut it permanently. I don't know what it is about that prosecutor exactly, but he really makes me wince in pain sometimes. I don't have a great deal of influence myself, but believe me, you can find other ways to keep your mouth shut as well. Alright, don't get angry. I'll think again. Be a clue somewhere in all that evidence in the court record. Now that I think about it, there might be some piece of evidence that I haven't thoroughly examined yet. What does the defense have to say about all this? Well, Your Excellency, no time to think. I'm just going to have to close my eyes and shout first name comes to my head. Okay, we're back. Can also say.
Yes!
Oh, hey, I got it. Satoru Hosonaga-san. Hosonaga-san? The waiter who took the stand earlier?
Objection!
Poppycock! A possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give a false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even the head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence. Once, I would agree with you. If, that is, the man truly were a waiter. What? If he truly were... Come on, Ryunosuke. Time to hit this court with the truth. The truth about Satoru Hosonaga-san's real identity, as proven by this evidence. What? Oh shit, I haven't looked at this, actually. The plan of the restaurant raises a number of questions, I think. Definitely. Supposed to show the relative position of everything the moments following the incident. But there's nothing to show the woman you say you saw there. Exactly, and that's not all. Look here in the upper left where it says kitchen. Oh yeah, what of it? Nobody would use these complicated characters to write kitchen. Especially if they were in a hurry. I mean, you don't remember who's those characters yourself, don't you? Study harder. This in 3D. Whoa, is it in... No. Oh my god, it's in 3D! Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga in Primary Criminal Investigation Division. Imperial Police Bureau. Oh, that's unexpected. What is? Look, do you see that it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga? Well, yeah, business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. Not the name that's unexpected, it's his job title. Job? Oh! Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector? What the fuck? I have no idea. But let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence. They're wielding it somehow here. Waiter's business card information has been updated. You. Eat my ass.
Yes!
Yes. Plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question. Great, shows a great deal of attention to detail. I'm not sure we can conclude anything. Sorry, Your Excellency. That's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest. I beg your pardon? Or perhaps I should have said the front? Yes! It's the front of the back of the card! That's what I'm trying to tell you where the detail is. Somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say. Hosonaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession, his true profession. The waiter's profession? But that's surely... Good gracious! Right, Your Excellency. The card reads that he is the Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division of the Imperial Police Bureau. What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't even heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard of any mention of this before? Imperial Police Bureau has immense power, absolute power, as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, witnesses there in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Or was he who told you... Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen his foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Well... Hold it! Inspector Hosonaga! I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, shit. I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was the unusually careless mistake. So you mean to say you really are a detective? Why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Ah, of course! His salary must be was working undercover. Undercover? Yes, there have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. Incidents at that restaurant? What kind of incidents? Murder? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga. You will be elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. That is indeed true. Clearly you would have been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you required these witnesses to be in agreement. That be correct? Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable! The amount of bullshit... as I expected. Bang! As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite to the victim at the same table was a young lady who I guessed to be an Englishwoman. But the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported this incident to the Bureau. Then I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say, remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at that restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if this Englishwoman was the killer? I think it would have been in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. Meh. Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. Englishmen that have murdered on our soil, to name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect. Well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. That's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. But it's not right. One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Kazuma? Yume University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain. And I'm fairly certain that one of them, studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory, is a young Englishwoman What? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean, when I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it would be prudent to check her identity first. And the court demands that you name the lady in the question at once, Inspector. The Englishwoman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Giselle Brett. She's indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of University's medical faculty. What is happening here? I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene and ordered those witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It must now be up to your excellency to decide how to deal with the situation. Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Underpinned, sorry. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered, this premise is false. It would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give the ruling at this point.
Objection!
But, Your Excellency! That would mean missing the noon deadline of ruling in order to send the telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be displeased by such actions. Calm your ass, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes, sir. You will locate the Giselle Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency. But that means you'll be going against the special orders you were given for the police bureau. Fuck 'em. As I said before. It is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So it won't be a problem? I'm dying. Nothing will get in my way. Except for my tuberculosis. Court will adjourn briefly. Prosecution must call the English student Giselle Brett to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Zizzer. Your Excellency! Good. We will play Double Dutch and have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. This gimmick's hard. Okay. Hi, DJ. Oh, I gotta save. Still in the first case. Been 2 hours. Oh, why are you going sleeping so late, huh? 22nd November, 11:38 a.m. Supreme Court. That took 90 minutes in game. Oh God. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb. And my heart was in my mouth the entire time. Almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes were popping, your knees knocking, and you were peeing yourself, and you were crying. It was amazing. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Ha 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 ha. Anyway, it looks like you're exposed to the Phantom Lady at last. Did... Miss Giselle Brett. Student from Great Britain. Is she? I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him. Like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I'm sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. You see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was holding gun. I was on my way out of the restaurant myself, and then on the next floor to Dr. Wilson's table. I noticed there was a gun on the floor. After I just bent down and picked it up. Gun. I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me looking white as a sheet. And he bundled me in some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. The shadow on his nose changes sides every time he turns. It's really weird. Fast thinking by the detective. He apprehended the suspect without a moment's delay. Yeah, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. Omni-Man. Professor Mikotoba. Well, it seems I was right. Pair of you make an outstanding team. Exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes. Seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. ... Our modern country still is in its infancy. Our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. ... Well, it makes no difference. Boy or otherwise, I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life. I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What? What are you saying, Kazuma? That's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma! Well then. Looks like you becomes a young man. Me? Stop looking at the camera. It's bad acting. You need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier. There's only 3 people here and one of them touched their dick. No. Did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMA. And it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government's looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. Wolf Pup. Let's not forget who we're going up against. Looking at camera. That gentlewoman whose involvement in that police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Question mark. Oh, exclamation point. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. I've no doubt that your pair will put up a good fight, right to the last. Best of luck. Thank you! Now then. I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's someone I think we may need. Okay, let's go! Bye! Kazuma-sama! That is not the voice I'm gonna give her. Defending Naruhodo. For reason, I get bit the fuck back. I got in there. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. What's official? No. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow before those old fossils know what hit them. Kazuma? Why is this fucking, like... Why is his headband flowing? We're indoors. What? Thank you. Really? What for? Well, if you hadn't believed me, then I'd be dead. I'm fairly sure I'd already been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer and as a friend. Just stop crying next to me. It's weird. I'm found guilty in this trial. He's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. How is his headband doing that? Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. All right then. Save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of these sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. There's no wind, he's got a fan. I didn't think the first case is usually like an hour in these. I don't know why. I'm like almost 2 hours deep in this. Okay. The court is hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Ashe. Have you managed to subpoena the witness? Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government. Yes, his surname is Naruhodo. Ah, sorry. Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. Nothing to worry about. It's highly unlikely that the good relations we forged with the Great Britain emerge from this trial unscathed. Well, you think there's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation flounders? Oh, founders. Shit. I'd be sorry. The friendship between our nations is really so fragile that the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. I secretly think that, like, Kazuma's like a fucking... I think he might be a nationalist. Like a Japanese nationalist. Because he keeps, like, shitting on England for some reason. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke. What do you mean? I love the Tokugawas. I mean, the secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Ow! This is the Supreme Court of Japan or of England? Shut up! Shut up, you jumped up rookie boy. You and your friend know nothing. Nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with the great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Yo! Any political maneuvering is what secure our futures. I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student, and the one who could arguably study harder too. Standing here in our Supreme Court, there's one thing I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Well said, Ryunosuke. Despite the wide-eyed look of terror and the fact that I think you're crying again. Ah! Thank you, Counsel. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. The With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Brett. Yes. Ow! Oh my god. What is that on your fucking head? What is that on your... Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan and such from a distant land. Tea! Someone bring tea! In England, no discussion takes place without tea! Swan. Swan! Is that true? No idea. So, him. We possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court. Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I've been working undercover as the head waiter of La Carnival, but like, yes, we know about you already. Inspector Hosonaga, what are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are one thing you're sure of. Oh, yeah, I think I did, didn't I? Yet your description for this amazing sight was yet simply a woman. Sorry, Ryunosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are solely lacking. Guilty. So, dear lady, once again, may we trouble you for your name and occupation, please? Mere. What the fuck? I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but what? The lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student currently enrolled at Yume University's medical faculty. Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of a delightful language of the British people. Crumpet, crumpet, soccer. Crumpet, football, crumpet. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song. As far as I could tell, the detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yeah, I guess. You obviously do fine in England, Kazuha. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryunosuke. I can't read shit. What are you talking about? The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Will her thangs be thangin'? May I trouble you for something, Miss Brett? 3 days ago, at a restaurant called La Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court had been led to believe that you were dining with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? She says, yes. That could take some time. Even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese. She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she would, due to a presentation at the university, had to leave immediately. Interesting. When you're the one who engineered her escape, I was just following special orders from the Bureau. Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes to this photographic print? Gone. Being as you were unfortunately present at the scene of crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of this wicked perpetrator, perhaps? Apparently, it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. You mean to say? Yes. It would appear the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused standing right there in this courtroom shot the victim in the fucking face. Order! Order in the court! Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement. And it's from a lady. Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. I'm gonna fucking cut her with my fucking sword. What the shit? What? You can't just katana all your problems, Kazuma. Unfortunately, I'll have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening, sorrowful sight you described. My hair is a bird. I had arranged for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beefsteak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. This is a condemning testimony. Yes! No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Objection!
Quiet, you whore! Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard, you stupid ass fucking... Look at a snow-haired white angel in a bird hat! Look at a bird hat! I'm not sure a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe. Still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. Lesson blurt out when you're goated with the sauce like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. But he's so annoying. Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the two witnesses who testified before and reported back to the bureau. Decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. Testimonies of the last two witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so. On the day in question, that lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. This is the only one she had. She's wearing a stupid bird hat all the time. As you can see, there was nowhere about her person where she could have concealed a firearm. Fucking the hat! The hat! I think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden a weapon is shown, this is moot. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. The hat! You look at your look at your hat! Only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it. Don't do that. Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryunosuke. I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun that day. Right about that, which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. To do so, we need to pull her testimony apart. Defense may now cross-examine the witness.
Yes!
I never got into an argument with the professor. All I did when I noticed him was go over to say hello. Please, don't get angry with me. No, I wasn't directing that retort at you. It was meant for the lady in the hat. But anyway, as I said, I did not argue with the professor. I'm afraid your words are in vain. Sorry? Miss Brent does not appear to speak Japanese. No, of course not. Japanese is such a cumbersome language anyways. English is the future. We must all speak. Oh god. I might need you to get in the car. No. No. I wonder if the prosecution will feel that way forever. Only in the presence of the beautiful woman, huh? Well, that beautiful woman is telling me bullshit with a complete straight face. I have to find something that'll unravel her testimony, no matter how seemingly insignificant it may be. Seems that after the argument, the accused briefly returned to his own seat. That part ties in with what you said, doesn't it? Yes, I still had some coffee to drink. The next time you got up after that was when I finished my coffee and stood up to leave. Then not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. She's maintaining that you got into an argument with the professor, at the end of which you shot him. Which is an out-and-out, totally unfounded lie, by the way. Still, her statement's very compelling. After all, she's an elegant, refined, young, and beautiful gentlewoman from Great Britain. Stark contrast to you, dressed from head to toe in a dull black school uniform, and your ugly-ass hair and your stupid face. I'm dressed exactly the same way you are, except for the stupid fucking flowing hairband. Well, anyway, this is our only chance to expose her testimony as the fiction that it is. Maybe you change your haircut, you get some bitches on your dick. You can't do that. This trial's over. Even with you, thick skin must be able to feel the murderous looks you're getting from around the room. Only too well. I feel half dead already. And the fact I can't see a single inconsistency in her testimonies isn't making me feel any better either. First thing to do is to press her on any of her statements that seem slightly off to you. Do that, and an opening will present itself, I promise you. I need to expose the true face of this exotic bitch. That's what I should be aiming for in this cross-examination. After 2 p.m., in fact. Really quite a late lunch, isn't it?
Objection!
You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late luncheons are in vogue. Isn't that right? No. A decisive English no has quite a sting to it. The gentleman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. It was apparently a daily occurrence that they would have lunch together. On the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which we could prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why he was so late. Yes, that all makes perfect sense. Such wonderful logic and a shining example of English intelligence that this fine gentlewoman is. Sit on my face. So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next? The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beefsteak.
Yes!
Do you like beef? He was unable to eat, you say. Why did he go to a luncheon? Because he had a tooth removed at the Hota clinic. Is that correct? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. She'd heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. That would mean that it was you who ate the stick pictured here. Right, Miss Brett? No, I did notice something. If you go to the murder picture, the steak's on his side of the table. But the thing is, I don't know why that would be important right now. Yeah, he couldn't eat because he had a tooth removed, but it was on his side of the table when she was supposed to be the one eating it, which is weird. The print you have there shows the table as exactly was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left. Dear me, what a harrowing experience. To have traveled such a distant island on the far side of the world, this shithole, all Japan, and be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I will crush the evil fiend that is subjected to this terrible plight. I want to... So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all? That's right. Other than some carbonated water. Just water? Yes. The professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. It appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. They each raised a glass of carbonated water. What do you think, Ryunosuke, about the witness's last statement? I want to look at something. Yeah, there was only one glass. What the fuck was there to toast to? That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case. Well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing, The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony. Well sidestepped, counsel. Emma. Very well, Miss Brett. Kindly repeat what you just said to be added to the official testimony. Gladly, she said. That was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm gonna remember that one. Which one? Significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. I hope there was some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than just that, Ryunosuke. ordered a beefsteak for myself and the professor, and I said cheers over a glass of carbonated water.
Yes!
But both of you and the professor drank this carbonated water, did you? Yes. Being the waiter, I poured 2 glasses myself. I clearly remember doing so. Except you're actually a detective. And the beefsteak, that was for you, Miss Brett. The lady says that she heard it was not customary to eat beef here in Japan until Japan opened its doors to the world. Yes, that's true. What a frightful place, this lady's opinion. Japan sucks. And I heard it's not customary to eat sashimi in Great Britain. Now that's frightful. Every country has its own cuisine. As long as people have food to eat, what does it matter what it is? Food, come to think of it. First time I tried carbonated water, I was much more of a shock the first time than I tried beef. But anyway, back to this witness's statement. Somehow, I feel like there's something out of place in this, what she's saying. Why are you looking at me like that? We need to pounce on the slightest thing now. Because you never know what might lead us to our goal. Our goal of turning this trial around. Understood, Kazuma.
Yes!
That's it! Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. Well, it's bullshit. That's what it is. Dear me, what's odd is the defense's inability to express itself. That you bitch ass. Inosuke, what is about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously it's the cheers. The cheers? Oh, I love that show. Miss Brett just told us when she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. And if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. Ah, fuck, shit. Quite right, Counsel. There's only 1 glass pictured here.
Objection!
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minutia? What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on the case?
Objection!
Minutia, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not! I would never do something so reckless. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you going to try and tell me that you could clink with only 1? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. He ate the glass. Right. Inspector! What did the lady say? He just chirped at me like a bird. seemed that Miss Brett who took the glass. It seems that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was all so terrifying, everything that happened. I wanted to drink more sparkling water, and I panicked, and I ran away. Good gracious. Sorry. There, as I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all. Oh, please. You must remember that this student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or two in her state of disarray? That's absurd. Oh, really? We do take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young, and beautiful woman of mischief. What? No. This is... I can't be put down to mischief. I got a cough. Hold on. Some fluid in my mouth. Ugh. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. It would seem that she slipped it in the small handbag she was carrying. Wait, you had a fucking handbag? A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency, a small handheld patch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. It's the swan, the handbag. Oh, so the beautiful lady has graciously explained why she would remove the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on this case. The student has begun trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time already. Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation to why she removed the glass. I did think henceforth we can consider this matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? Well, I don't know really. You want to pursue this matter further. You're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. If she took the glass away in her handbag, is there a deeper significance here? It's the handbag. Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say? Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items. Papers. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag. Ow. In which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too. What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard? Stop using that word. It's not for you. It's really very simple. A gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we could deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. A true murder weapon, if you will. You can't seriously be suggesting. Inspector Hosonaga! Yes? Did you or did you not search Gisele's bread on the day of the murder? No, sir, I did not. As I thought! In other words, another gun. The one that was actually used to kill the professor. Could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. No! you! Order, shut the fuck up. What is the meaning of this, Inspector? Meaning of what, Prosecutor Ouchie? Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, she now has to endure these uncomfortable accusations. Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real women behind the mask, meh? Think so, Kazuba? I'm sorry. Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly have no faith in the police. Question, yeah. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting. Simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? I have to thank this student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I have completely forgotten about. This photographic print. Look at this photographic print. This print of a photograph is what I thought would be prudent in order to immediately take after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. What is it, a fucking X-ray handbag? What the shit? Well, I never! You can see right through to what's inside! That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly, so there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. Ah! As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Your hat! Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san. Oh god! Order! Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellence. I think you've been long enough to cross-examine the witness, counsel. What has now been shown will be shown considerable evidence. Photographic print just submitted to this court record appears to have no further significance. I'm satisfied there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Indeed, and there is only one logical conclusion. That this pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the possible perpetrator of this crime. No. When I thought I was beginning to turn things around, I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it? I must say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student, but the weak are meat while the strong eat. It took me 2 weeks to think of that. You're wasting your time. There is no way to defeat true justice. A fact you can chew on to your heart's content inside of your cell. Can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime I didn't commit? Kazuma. Dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma. What? There really no other chance now of turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about this last photograph that the detective produced that we could contest. Means no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Very well, I will now proceed immediately to the ruling. Seems we'll be able to report this to the British government on time after all. Smug little. Ryunosuke Naoto, considering all of the evidence placed before me, I hereby find you, yes! Yes! Wait! Your Excellency! Ryunosuke! I don't think you can rule on this case yet.
Objection!
This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. And that is the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Yes!
Yes.
Yes.
Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print was just submitted appears to have no further significance. There is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now, that means if there were any problem with the evidence, some significant detail I mean, then ruling on this case at this time would be out of the question.
Objection!
This is blatant straw crunching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is the handbag the gentleman was carrying on the day in question. There can be no problem with this evidence. You better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective was not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we could glean any new information from this handbag. Ah, my thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution's becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes. Yes, I am desperate. This isn't a wheeze. I just have asthma. There's something about this photograph which doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. Very well, I shall grant the defense one final opportunity. Eh? What? Be warned, I will hit you with this fucking hammer. If I am unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Why make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. So, take one look at this photographic print Inspector Hosonaga has submitted before. You identify for the court where in this print do we see the significant detail to which you have alluded? I think it's the chair. This chair isn't in that photo. I'm gonna try it.
Yes!
Just here, I feel like there's this.
Objection!
Ah, shit.
Hold it!
Wait, Your Excellency. One more chance.
Yes! Objection!
Is it him?
Yes! Objection! Hold it! Yes! Objection! Hold it! Yes! Objection!
You know, I thought that thing on his hand was like a cuff link. But I think it might not be a cuff link. I don't know. I'll try it.
Yes!
Look at this here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It's almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
Dear me, I was pondering what piffle you would have come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist. That has nothing to do whatsoever with this magnificent lady's handbag. Yes, that is a burn mark, you're right. Huh? Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death. We didn't note it in his report. What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either. Why didn't he note that? What kind of shithole of fucking justice system are we dealing with? The more I look at, the more I self-find intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Professor Ouchie points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be sworn, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would appear Miss Brent has a lunch appointment with the dean of the other university staff. I would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now. Oh, of course, lady. I shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency was about to give his final ruling anyway. What's your thinking on this, Renosuke? Do you believe this burn has something to do with the case? To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. I was thinking I should keep digging and digging in the hope that I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right. I am? Ow! If we could just link that burn to the case. If we could do that, we might be able to price this shutting door back open again. Just give up, Council. You can't possibly hope to do that. Indeed. I'm afraid that without evidence, I cannot allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. If we had evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then you would allow it? I would, yes. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? I have to find some link between that burn and the case. This is the moment of truth. I'm trying to find some evidence that proves what that burn really means. Well then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the burn victim and this trial. I'm just gonna look at random stuff until I see that bull's head. All right, I forgot the controls for a second. Oh, I see. Okay. This is the same bull's head as it's what they served the steak on. Is that like hot?
Yes!
What's this, Council? Yet another print? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore. Do hurry up, rookie. What are you trying to say? Inconvenience this poor lady any further would be quite inexcusable. Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind. Is that a hot plate? See, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How?
Objection!
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is it in this photograph that explains the reason for this victim's burn? The hot plate. I've never went to a fancy restaurant. I don't know what hot plates are for. The beefsteak? Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak's being served on. Plate? Your Excellency, are you all right? As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival. Carnival. Ah! The emblem on the plate. And the victim's burn are exactly the same shape. Ah! Ryunosuke, you genius. You're so smart. You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
Even if that is the case, you can't know what happened on the day in question or not. Why would he keep his arm on the hot plate long enough to cause a burn? Could have been the day before or the day before that. It could have happened at some other unrelated time. Well,
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor Ouchie, the chances are that extremely slim. Thanks. Why? Outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having such a terrible disaster, certainly. But... I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense pointed out. It was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken up around 3 seconds. That's 180 degrees plus. Americans, like, whatever. It's inconceivable the victim would have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter for La Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation. But you're a detective, not a waiter!
Yes!
Yes. Yes. So there you have it, something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds will scream in pain. There's no question of that. Yet Inspector Hosonaga had never heard the professor scream, not on that day or any day before. That's right. Strange thing is, the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. And the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antiques dealer, all of us would have, without any question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Ouchie? Well, yes, I suppose. The question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it, Ryunosuke. Do you think... Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd write a conclusion like this, but I didn't think the first case would be this fucking complicated. Or I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson... I think he was dead. I think he's dead. He died and laid his hand on the thing. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible, apart from one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting... Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead. Omae wo shinderu. Knowing that we know now its only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, Professor was dead. That's what the fuck? Ah! Oh no, what the fuck? Calm down. The victim was killed by a gun. That's right. That's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly he has no grasp of the facts.
Objection!
I object. No, Prosecutor Ouchie. It is you who has no grasp of the facts. Stupid, dumb, bald, stupid. I beg your pardon. As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered his burn while at the restaurant, his whole case was turned upside down. Everyone had not grasped that yet. Ow! Your Excellency! The corpse must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard. It's highly unlikely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Highly likely, sorry. Incredible. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement. But, Your Excellency, Simp. The justice system in our country may be in its infancy. But rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled there before I am prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. Da 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 da. What was that smile? Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. If Nani the fuck? Ah, Miss Brett, you speak Japanese. Well, of course I do. I am studying in your country after all. But then why have you been speaking like a weird bird this whole time? My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar... Oh, she's racist. Okay, all right. It seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. I can see that I have to lower myself to communicating with you all on my own, on your own level. Oh, well... You're the epitome of a true English gentlewoman in the fact that you hate Japanese people. We are truly honored by this lavish consideration you graciously afford us. I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. Finally gonna hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting. Ryunosuke. Oh god, not another one. Okay. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burned his wrist like that. When the waiter brought in my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible death besides the gunshot. There's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace. Please, do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in Supreme Court's history. Thank you. Easy does it. I hope that is the last time I have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I hope I haven't insulted anyone. Not at all, not at all. I want you to fucking spit in my mouth. It's truly a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. It seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of this victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. The Minister of Justice? May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Emin. Thanks? Is that a prayer? You'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett. Put up with a cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. Except for the times he did. I sure need to not remind you, counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I will kill you. Is that clear? Ow. Yes, Your Excellency. Then you may proceed with cross-examination.
Yes!
But his hand was on the searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can't have not noticed. You think so? Let me ask you something. Sorry? Ever since I arrived at this courtroom, and even still now, the fly on those unsightly black trousers of yours have been wide open. You can see your whole hog. Huh? What? Ah! Oh, what fun! Yeah, I hadn't realized. The dear lady is absolutely right. As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself, Ryunosuke. Why didn't you tell me? Dr. Wilson is a true English gentleman. Chose honorable silence over a vulgar scream. Can your tiny brains imagine such a thing? Oh yes, I think my tiny brain can. I'm Japanese. I'm sure I look so funny. Ooh.
Yes!
Well, I can't. Anyway. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot.
Yes!
Yeah, yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from the ballistic trauma. Yes. Lucky for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. And as there's no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death, I can only have been the bullet from the gun that I put an end to this innocent man's life. But it doesn't make any sense. The burn must have happened straight away when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. If it had cooled even slightly, wouldn't it have been able to make a burn like that? And if the victims burned his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen, And he must have already been dead at that point.
Objection!
And yet, the fact is the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, this is a complete waste of time. I concur. Professor Ouchie is right. Ah. There's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace. Please do show me.
Yes!
Without leaving a trace. Someone is shot, or strangled, or stabbed, or thrown from a height. Whenever a person's life is taken, there's always telltale traces on the body. Quite right, dear lady. And as for our police has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga? As I've said, I've always aimed for a flawless investigation. There would be physical traces with all those causes of death. That's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh no, perish the dot, such a sweet young thing. Ladies' innocence into question. Oh my honor. I, Takasuchi Ouchi, will cut down anyone who dares catch such aspersions. A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence to back us up here. Yes, evidence, that thing this game's about. Of course, this country's inferior and probably pick up on it anyway.
Yes!
Inferior? What do you mean by that? In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once, and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Quite right, we suck. La Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident. Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. What's this, like, thing over his fucking... It doesn't matter. Refer to your negative detective tried... Naive detective avert such a crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about it as I can, you understand. Killer blow! The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful. Amazing! He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Ouchie is starting to finally see sense. Very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. What do you think, Ryunosuke? I think this is going terrible. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. Yes, as I suspected. She's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or cross-examination will be over. But that would mean I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find a chink in our armor. And not just the... Kazuma. What, Ryunosuke? There is one thing I noticed. Something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her. Inspector Hosonaga. The detective? Yeah, he seems to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant, or if it might present an opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time. If you think so, but... this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, Let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then. I wonder what Kazuma's thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose. Once I press Miss Brett on her last statement again. Press on the racism.
Yes!
Inferior? What do you mean by that? In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at the crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Quite right, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, Yes, there it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. It could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? People are actually testifying. They're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find that they often let their guard down. Right. Look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. It's time to pursue the man in his train of thought. Sorry, pursue? I'll explain how to do it now, Ryunosuke. It's all have to do with the witness marker. What marker? At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current statement. But by moving the marker left and right with the A and D keys, you can turn your attention to the other people on the witness stand. While you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with space. If you can catch the person at the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. Ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people in the stand? Take a good look around. Yeah, this is the 3rd hour of the case.
Wait.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts. Deeply. Looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say? If there's something that you'd like to say, please. Share it with the court.
Objection!
What's the meaning of this? It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find out what's the fault with the testimony, the cross-examination should be over immediately. Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not. Ow, the detective's on the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Ow. Yes, not to mention the fact he's intimately removed, intimately involved in this case. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes. You have something to add in relation to the statement made by Miss Brett? Well, yes. If you don't mind, I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. A crime scene thief? Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touch a nerve there. Take this, for example. Is that? This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took from the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water, I don't care what anyone says! LaCroix! 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 Yes, there's some left in the bottle, I could see it! One day our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming, I guarantee it. Can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. Carbonated, wait a minute. Miss Brett. I'm gonna look at it. Wonder if they'll let me look at it. Well, labels written in foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuma? I think it's French. Must be very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking. Like, go to France and ask. You could just say that you don't know. Hold it upside down, have the water fall out. Yes, it was that bottle. What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well, counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. And if the inspector will kindly control his fervor... Ahem! Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burned his wrist like that. New evidence. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. Never even thought of pursuing another witness over the current witness statements. That was a great idea of yours, Kazuma. Well, it was all thanks to you noticing that detective reacted strangely to what the lady said. I'd never have guessed he'd be all bubbling away under the surface. But be honest, you keep surprising me at every turn. Sorry? Oh, never mind. We know that Dr. Wilson was killed at around the time the steak was brought to the table. And by some means, that left no physical trace on his body. If we could just demonstrate how it was done. Well, I do have one idea about that, about how the professor was killed. Maybe I should just present the evidence and see what happens. I didn't see anything on the water bottle. Sorry, I lost my fucking chat window. Hold on. I gotta get it back. I'll try it, fuck it.
Yes!
There's nothing on the label because it's French. Nothing on the underside. You know, I've been sweating so much, I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this to keep me going. No, Ryunosuke, you can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. Oh no, you're right. We don't know what that might be inside, do we? It never ceased to amaze me, Ryunosuke, in more ways than one. I wonder, could there be anything in this water? What's the matter? You've gone quiet all of a sudden. I think I might have just worked something out. An interesting possibility. I figured that out by holding the water bottle upside down.
Yes!
What is this? The bottle of water? Actually, there is one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Poison! On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? What if the glass she took wasn't her glass? And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? The only person that possibly would have done it, it was you! Giselle Brett! Who knew?
Objection!
This is outrageous to suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence. You little rookie imbecile, have you considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten what we only have just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? You have a vagueless inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize this entire treaty.
Objection!
Shut up. It's not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one's individual guilt with respect to one crime. What? The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth. If I may, I will silence you forever with this disgraceful... Ah! You've been Britished. It is you who should be silent. Of course. Dear lady! Where did that come from? She just snapped. I'm afraid I've unspoken fairly before. I offer my most humble apologies. I will film a video about it. Me and my bird hat are sorry. I described your police force as inferior. But no matter how inferior they may be, you still have investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector. And whether it contained poison or not. Of course. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And? What did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. We could find no trace of poison for any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. No. No! No. But that goes back to why she was hiding the glass in her handbag. Because if she hid his glass, which she poisoned in her handbag, and he never investigated it, that means that was the glass that had the poison. And the glass and the bottle that were left on the table were fine. You successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But, of course, dear lady, the pleasure was ours. Me. I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Thank you, counsel. I think the cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution have asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, by his own admission, was holding the weapon is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett. Oh no, I'm just glad the matter was resolved. Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present this to present the court at this point? Hazuba? Sorry, Ryunosuke. I have nothing more. Well, if you will excuse me now, I really must be leaving.
Hold it!
What? 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 Please, wait! Who the fuck are you? Isn't that... What is the meaning of this? I thought I locked that door. It's made of paper. Forgive me for intruding on your court proceedings, Your Excellency. Misato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Mikotoba? In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package wrapped in furoshiki cloth. There's more? What the fuck? I'm completing one fucking trial today. That's what I came here to do. (1:14 p.m. Supreme Court. Well, I understand you're the judicial assistant to the defense. Why is this sudden ingress into my courtroom? Ha! A judicial assistant, and a woman no less. Women. The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify. Yes, I fully understand. I only asked for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense. Ah, you're too late, little girl. This trial's been concluded. 5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more. Your Excellency, she has a pussy and boobs. You can't, lawyer. I am most grateful. Man, this bench is sure getting crowded. Who exactly are you? I'm sorry, there's no time. Please, accept this for now. What is it? A report about something? Written in English? Giselle Brett's research. The English woman's? After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory, the medical faculty. Borrowed this paper. Oh, yes, that's right. Miss Brett must be studying under the professor, wasn't she? So, does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case? I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself. Oh, no, of course not. Special characteristics of Urare and its effects on human subjects. Urare? What's that? Never heard that word before. Time's up. Shut up. Prosecution demands he made a ruthless bitch from the courtroom. It's too little time for me to read it in detail. But to summarize what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it'll be valuable, please cast your eye over it. This is wonderful, thank you. Dale's report has been entered into the court record. Goodbye then, and good luck. Away! I am away. Oh my god, she faded from existence. Man, she left real fast. We cannot detain our English guest any longer. I ask the prosecution and defense now one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but... The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. There's nothing more to add, Your Excellency. Ryunosuke, we're out of options here. Really is our very last chance. Yes, I know. Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. That look. Unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett. Yes, Your Excellency. Wouldn't mind perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer? It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not so very long until tea time. Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realized it was phrased as a question. However, I must ask you to treat this as an order. I've said it many times before, but Japanese language makes no sense. My apologies, dear lady. So, counsel, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention? I need to look at this. Poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungles of South America. Hunters of the region have been using it in ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Effects: instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death, even in minute doses. The above aforementioned effects occur within the above mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound. It is inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic, it's believed the toxin could have been application as an anesthetic. However, the solution for the respiratory arrest that caused as a result of the full body paralysis was a found burst, where the patients would just die of suffocation. Does her hat have a fucking blowgun? I swear to God, if her hat has a fucking blowgun, I'm leaving.
Yes!
Research, by sheer coincidence perhaps, into a deadly poison. What? Poison? Where are you going with this, Council? A toxin known as curare, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering your body leads to instant death.
Objection!
What complete and utter nonsense? Curare, you say? I've never even heard of it. You wouldn't have done. What do you mean? I mean that you wouldn't have heard our curare before one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist. Correct. Which means no matter what tests the police can do for toxins, they would never identify curare. Why? Because there's no test available that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison. Wah! Order. Council, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report authored by the visiting research student from England, curare has been long used by tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists. To lace their arrows? The report states that it's produced from the extract of a tree that goes deep in the Amazonian jungle. It was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. Look at fucking Rianowski just like, papers! What? Papers? Papers? Claims that animals shot by arrows laced with curare suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett? Look at the papers.
Objection!
Trumpery! These aspersions are utter trumpery! To start with, if the victim had been administered some sort of deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain. The other diners would have surely noticed. I did not poison this fat whore. No. Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around. What do you mean the other way around? The very fact the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that the curare was used. Explain yourself, Counsel. The moment this toxin enters the person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all their strength and are completely unable to move. If they were ever in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible. Obviously, if a man lost all his strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. With a chair underneath him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects would go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow, Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. The whole explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison can cause immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe, it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration? In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move. That's hideous. To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly curare poison. Suggesting that this bottle, Counsel, actually contains this terrible... Let me drink that. No.
Objection!
This is all very convenient, isn't it? A hitherto unknown poison that which there's no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense. If I may. All these facts. You think you're so clever.
Shut up!
Ah! It is you who must be taught. Of course, step on me. Ah. Dear lady. So, this is how Japanese people behave, is it? What? You steal another honest hard work and then announce the results if you discovered them? I'm appalled. What a loathsome act. Colonialism, lol. Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is unusual. Or mutual. Whatever you do, you mean. Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime. That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree?
Objection!
Enough of this! I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules. Ha ha ha. What's so funny? Oh, excuse me, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Britt? May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please? Well, yes, I don't see, may not. Oh, that makes me want to pee. Oh, God. Don't get too big for your boots, you insolent island boy. Sorry? Don't you two live on an island? Isn't England an island? The whole affair is a farcical comedy. The little police games and this foolish cartoon antics, it's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all by now. It's time for the games to end. I'm gonna kill myself. No. No. Wait, what are you doing? It's not carbonated. At some point there was a gun involved in all this. I don't... Whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned. Oh, no, Karare. The bottle was clean, what you're saying. Ha 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 ha. You look quite incredulous, little boy, of course. That's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett. I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries. Yes, dear lady. We are most gratified with all the assistance you've been given. Doesn't make sense. There had to have been poison in the bottle. How did she swallow the whole glass and live? I don't understand it. I suppose, if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade make for interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London. Has to be poison in that bottle. Doesn't there? But there can't have been, because otherwise she would have keeled over dead. Come on, Ryunosuke. We have all the clues now. That bottle of water contains no poison. As I thought, there is no poison in that bottle. DJ died. Why, Ryunosuke? Isn't it obvious that there was poison in there? She'd be dead. Sometimes your unadulterated naivety really astounds me. Sometimes it's in the need of a good staining. Still as dark as your uniform in the ways of the world. Is that what this color is supposed to represent? That was a guileless ending to a promising inquiry, Council. You will be penalized. Ah. Okay, so there is poison in it. The culprit did put the Karari poison in Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. The defense refuses to change its position. You serious?
Objection!
Fool, are you blind? There is no possible way the bottle could contain poison. I mean, we just saw Is Brett drinking the water from it. That's right. Which rather complicates your argument, I think. And I believe that complication can be explained. How exactly? Need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. Sure, the answer is in the evidence we have in the court record somewhere. It has to be. Very well. The defense truly intends to assert its claim. Huh? But I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. What explains how the witness was able to consume the supposedly poisoned water unscathed? Could it be the vase? No. I'm gonna say it's the handbag. Because she stowed the stowed her glass in the in her handbag before she left. But that was never tested. Seems the defense, or should I say, the wretched accused. Huh? Ow, god damn it. Making this complication more complicated than it needs to be. Alright, I'll do my best to find an answer that fits the facts. For the defense, sorry, the wretched... Okay. Answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research report.
Objection!
That's not a valid explanation. No? After all, it had to have get... We don't speak English, this report's utter gibberish. What? This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. Will direct us to the pertinent section, Counsel. Which section of the report repeals the alleged... Hold on, I forgot the names of the fucking, I forgot the names of the things. Hold on, I forgot. I think it has to be under special characteristics, yeah. Been hearing a lot about this curare poison. What did I say earlier, TJ? It left me curious about something. Oh, Council. Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years. Lace the heads of the arrows they shoot whenever they're hunting. We've been led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat. Get to the point, please. But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point. Surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because they'd be eating poison. Good gracious, Council. No, that would be fucking crazy. I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? Gee, that makes sense. Yes, the mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. Oh! Okay, maybe I'm overthinking this. What? When he got his tooth removed, wouldn't that count as a wound? For, like, the poison to take effect on him, but not her? It all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. The curare enters the body through an open wound and has terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. What? Miss Brett! You authored this research. You know curare special characteristics. And you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking the water without any danger to yourself. You meddling little... The bird is angry. Rapscooter! It's a real bird. It's a real bird. Oh, Ryosuke, it turns out the bird is alive. You're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really? Me? A lawyer?
Objection!
All this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure. But I fail to see how... Oh, the ill-bred puppy has a new toy to play with since some facts he read in a book. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly. What are you trying to say? Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw. Schoolboyish? Flaw? Has even your brain managed to deduce curare is safe to ingest? Seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric succus. Haha, suck. Oh, yes, well, of course. Gastric suckers, what are those? But this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk. The professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he? Ah! That's right. Good gracious. That's basic science. Science is that even a schoolboy should be able to understand, no? Order in the court, order. The logic holds, and if the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would be affected in the same way. Are you trying to suggest Yes! This Karare poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. That's right! Surely even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that! I have appeared to have frozen in time. What is this? Welling up inside me. Never felt this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense. Almost rage-like. More than anything else. It's an animalistic desire to take down my prey. Animorph!
Objection!
That was a really bad objection. I don't think so, Miss Giselle Brent. How dare you use that tone with me? Why are my eyes so big? You know very well there's no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why. Even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison, you are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you must provide compelling evidence. As we know now that a poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson alone be killed by the Karare? But he got his fucking teeth worked on.
Take that!
As Miss Brent readily pointed out, she drank the same poison as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. Fatal difference? Eh! The toxic effects of Karare are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. But for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water? Inside? Yes, like the wound you might have if you just had been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. I don't know how to play the fucking Japanese version of this. I couldn't find it in the options. I might have to do it on the main menu. Already acknowledged it many times in your testimony already. They were well aware of Miss Wilson. Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. Ah! That's it. Use that knowledge to orchestrate this. How could she have known that he went to the dentist? Hee hee hee. Hee. Doing a haha right now? I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. Those childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are so puerile. What? What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. No! I don't know. You know, just snip. Slow motion. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. I hope I don't have multiple eyewitnesses to this fact. No! What just happened? It's the Englishwoman. She just smashed that bottle and into the Supreme Court. What a terrible blunder. Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect up as much water from the bottle as possible at once. You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet was a gift from the British Empire. It's made of ShamWow. I assure you, it will soak up the water beautifully. You have neither the technology or the presence of mind to recover it. Bitch! I mean, how could you? You won't get away with this. can thump that bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was poison in the bottle or not. You. And let us not forget, we still have very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution? Of course, step on my face. You're referring to this photographic print, I presume, dear lady. That's right. And really, looking at this photograph, it's as clear as day, isn't it? Poor professor was sitting with his back to me. So of course the only person who could have shot him from the front is the little schoolboy.
Objection!
No! You killed the victim that day, using karare. And then in order to frame Ionosuke Naruhodo for the crime. You waited until he picked up the pistol you arranged for him to find on the floor before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. Destroying evidence in front of the court is probably the fastest way to get a guilty verdict you could possibly imagine. And at least a witness and or at least like a fucking evidence tampering case. Then in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor in his chair around. You see, you had every opportunity to commit this crime. What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. Exclamation point. A hidden gun, you say, and I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence. Exactly! And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, your prosecution stance remains unchanged. The victor, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by that guy. Fuck. This is unbelievable. How can this be happening? We had her, but now she's really gonna get away with destroying evidence in front of the court. Where she destroyed that evidence was obscene. Ryunosuke! Yes. I've come this far, but now you're the only one who could finish it. What? What do you mean? Lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true, but are there any clues left for us for use now? They must be in your head. In my head? You told me before that your powers of observation are one thing you can really depend upon. Well, yes, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head. Think back again now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. Color with a U. Ah! What I saw, what I felt. Every color. Beat, 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 beat. Blood? Maybe it was just like medium rare, you know. There would be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer. Actually, Kazuma, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. You always wear something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryunosuke? Oh, buddy, old pal. Ow! Come on, then! Let's wipe that smug smile off that Englishwoman's face with some evidence, eh? Ow! Alright. I can't wait! I'm having so much fun! No. It's been niggling me for so long that something feels amiss in my memories of that day. Whatever is could be the key to arriving at the truth about all this. Here somewhere, the clue that, That, probably. It's probably that. That? I'm gonna say it's that.
Take that!
Why is he British? Inspector Osanaka, answer me this. Why am I British? Yes, what is it? He's still miles away, probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you've said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of the steak you took to the victim's table that day?
Objection!
Wait a minute! Where are you going with this, little boy? Just a memory that's been troubling me. What memory? You weren't there! You didn't exist! What are you talking about? I saw the scene shown in this photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw that on the wooden base plate of that steak that was served on was a spattering of blood. What? Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor. No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything here. The plate of the steak is almost directly behind the victim. I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front. There's no way that the blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him. Ah! Yes. Blood to have made it onto the plate implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter. Which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite to the professor as you were. Just about right. Look at this photograph. I beg your pardon.
Objection!
This is beyond ridiculous, fabricated nonsense. Is the court seriously expected to believe something the accused apparently just remembered seeing?
Hold it!
Why am I British? I don't know. I don't understand why I'm British. This could be the moment my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean... Yes, I took the plate. In the interests of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it, meat and all. And I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it. I'm stealing things. I love stealing. Get it? Whoa! I took the steak that you've been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating. I did it all for the Nookie and the name of justice. We can find out for sure whether or not there's a blood stain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it now. Inspector. The court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. All righty-o, cheerio, gov. Sorry for the delay. Here's what you ordered. The steak. 3 days old, just how I like it. Oh, what about the blood? Is there blood on it? Of course there isn't. Quickly, Inspector, the blood man. Show the court the blood. Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure. No blood. No blood anywhere. But no, that's impossible. I saw it. I was sure of it. Did they switch plates? Hee. What an unbecoming expression, little boy. Bird, like actual bird. You see, this is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese. Jesus Christ. What? I couldn't agree more. In case of this disgrace to the Empire, I believe we may finally have reached a conclusion in this trial. Let's hope so. This let's pretend attempt at courtroom proceedings is painful to watch. But I do promise to best forget about it all when it's over. A sorry-looking snake reveals the facts all too clearly. Sorry-looking accused wishes to examine it again. Be my guest. Oh my God, there's more evidence. Is the plate I saw, or I thought I saw, just a figment of my imagination? This is it now. I've lost. Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. And there's a lot of gavels. Huh? Never stop believing in yourself. Hold on to that feeling. Streetlight people. Keep looking forward no matter what. Believe in myself. Really. Our friendship. All that shit. Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. As the evidence requested by the defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way, I presume any further examination of evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection? Bloodstain was going to clinch the trial for me. Can this plate of steak reveal any other clues at all? Always clues. Always clues. Your Excellency, please wait. The plate of beef is hiding another clue. It's juices. The juices, man. I wonder if I'll look at it. What the fuck? What the? I think it's a Koban coin. And the hallmark is from the Hoei era, I believe. No, I don't mean, what is it? I mean, what's it doing here? Wait, did you say it was a Hoei Koban? Yes, and apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. This is the first time today that there's been talk of a Hoei Koban. See you soon, Gossamer. I've heard of pearls before swine, but I've never heard of bullion and bullion. God, fuck. This is the whole... God damn it. Fuck these writers. No, don't go away. No, I won't go. I don't want to be alone. I don't think you ever will again. This is extraordinary, though. This means...
Objection!
The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beefsteak. Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial. I'm sorry, Miss Brett. We must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied with all reasonable doubt has been dispelled. See, as a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it? Thank you, Your Excellency. There's a fucking coin in the steak. Hoei era too, which can make it really quite valuable. It's well marinated in the juices as well, look. What are you thinking of eating it? No, but next time I order a steak at an expensive restaurant, one thing's for sure. My heart's going to be racing as I lift up that meat and peer underneath for a magical little coin. I think you might have the wrong end of the stick about this, Ryunosuke. Koban coin underneath the steak. There's only one logical explanation.
Got it!
Good gracious, that's a fucking coin! What on earth? Hoei era one at that. Miss Brett, this is in fact the beefsteak you ordered at the restaurant on the day in question, is it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat?
Shut up!
What a ridiculous question, how should I know, actual swan? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what this is, but I want no part of it.
Objection!
I fail to see how it is relevant. A coin under the meat. I've simply been a careless mistake by the chef in a moment of distraction. How the fuck?
Objection!
Objection! Don't be absurd! We're supposed to believe this happened by accident in the kitchen. Rare Hoei Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. That's right. It can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency! Yes, Counsel? A rare Hoei Koban has appeared to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll give up my lawyer job right now.
Objection!
By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway.
Shut up!
Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who is irrelevant. Even though I'm the one on trial here. The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what's it doing under that steak. The owner? Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person it can belong to. Owner of the Koban that was found underneath the beefsteak is the old... this fucking guy.
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be the antiques dealer and owner of Rasute, Kyuryo Korikuta-san. Mr. Cucumber something? Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable. Ah, yes. Mr. Cucumber Man. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something with the Koban coin when it happened. At exactly the moment the gun was fired. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Busy on the floor? Sorry, but what were you doing? Hunting for the treasure. Indeed, the Hoei era Koban. My prize coin. Hoei era Koban. Do you mean to tell me?
Objection!
No, please. Why would Korikuta-san's Koban be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and the plate? It makes no sense.
Yes!
Yes. Which is why I'm asking to bring Korikuta-san back to the witness stand so we can ask him. Officer! Bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. Without a moment's delay. Jesus Christ. Have a hunch, a strong hunch. If we chase down the real significance of this Koban. And find that it's a key element in this case. What's this all about? Why have I been called back up again? Don't you realize it's dinner time for little baby Ido? When my son's belly is empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves. Exploited by the police we were, like miserable dogs forced to bear false witness. He's got a knife. When I cast from this courtroom myself, I became a ruined man in a trice, a worthless withered antique. Nothing more than I have to say. The sun has set on this Rasute shop owner's existence. He's going to kill himself. What? Yet as obeyed Korikuta-san. Something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as your Rasute memory serves, have you ever... Ah! This... Yes, that's the one! Oh my god! What? The very one, the exact one, that's his! The resplendent, splendiferous Hillway treasure that my rusty bones managed to displace that fateful day! It can't be. As I thought. Young man! Enlighten this decrepit old fool. Put me out of my misery. Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped? Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. I found your coin sandwiched between a beefsteak and its plate, soaked in the seasoned meat's juices. Sandwiched? Cooking? Seriously? Clearly, it wouldn't have been fallen there by accident. Which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose. Someone concealed my Hoei treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate. Who would do such a thing? I'll fucking kill them! Homie just wants his coin. Excuse me. Did I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga. We're 4 hours in. I mentioned this earlier in the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case. Yes, that's right. Each game has 5 fucking cases, by the way. The secret undercover operation. Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts, targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. Wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. That's why you were able to sit in undercover, is it? Yes, I took on the job of waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. Seems likely that this Koban incident is the work of the same thief. Unbeknownst to us, there is a master thief in the work of the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of this person who's stolen Korikuta's Koban is all too clear. What? What? I think the court would like to hear this defense's view on the matter. Tell us, who is the despicable scoundrel that stole Korikuta's Koban and hid it under the steak? It'd have to be fucking Brett, right? It could have been Wilson?
Take that!
No, come on, Ryunosuke. Huh? You shocked me, Kazuma. Not as much as you shocked me. No one could have approached the table unnoticed. Even if you're a crazy fool, you couldn't have missed that. I'm not sure you're calling Kurikochi-san a crazy fool, Kazuma. It's you who I'm calling a crazy fool. Maybe I'm the wrong track here. I choose you.
Take that!
Yes, seems like a likely candidate for a Koban thief. No! Come on, Ryunosuke! Huh? You... okay, hold on. I fucked up. That's why you save. Okay, so the old guy was looking for it. The lady was killing the guy. It couldn't be fucking the main character because duh. So it's gotta be the fucking military guy, right? It's either the military guy or the guy who's fucking dead. That's... because everyone else is accounted for.
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be you. Sergeant Ieyasu... Ieyasu Nosa. What? How? How dare you? You monster! Monster? I stole that Koban, did I? I'm the master thief of the Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of those crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me. It was Ido. Ido was the mastermind. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the actual fuck? You would push the blame on the fucking baby, you stupid fuck! What's wrong with you? You. What the fuck? Oh my, what the fuck? What the oh, he's making him ride like a pony. Oh my god. Nippon Imperial Army. Sergeant Ieyasu Nosa, preparing to stand down into the Supreme Court, sir. Any of you know the extraordinary low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays those who expects to keep our country safe? I understand the temporary increase in taxation due to the recently ended conflicts that remains in place. And I've heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living, yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son. That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant? The place was heaving with money. Every 3 days I'd go there and I'd do reconnaissance for a target. And I enjoy chomping my way through a good steak at the same time. It's like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork even, which is worryingly believable. Worryingly believable. Your target that day was the old man and his Koban? Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. A veritable phantom thief you are, Persona 5. I was all set to leave the steak. I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Bang! The professor was shot. I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. I know too. It's a baby. I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could, on the double. I slipped it under the stake, hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. What the fuck is happening? I don't understand what the fuck is happening. This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time. I've been here 5 goddamn hours. Well, Miss Brett. Oh, of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. Ow! May the esteemed gentlewoman please be excused, Your Excellency. Indeed. The theft of the Koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant. That would certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder. Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat. The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Nonsense, is it? Well, oof. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Very well. Now that all questions concerning this witness's testimony have been answered, I see no further justification for detaining her. I gotta pee. I'm gonna put it on autoplay for now. Court rec, history. What are you talking about? What contradiction?
Objection!
What new student nonsense is this? Well, what parting words are you talking about, Ryunosuke? Hiding a coin under a lump of meat. The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without a knife and fork, that's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Yes, I'm right. What she said exposed an undeniable contradiction. I'm going to need to see evidence counsel. If Miss Brett's words truly are contradictory, then where is the evidence to prove it? I want to look at the murder photos again. Because I noticed this when I first saw them. But then when you get to the... So, that's the murder scene photograph. But when you get to the crime scene photograph, You notice that it's like different, right? So I think that this is proof that they swapped the plates.
Take that!
Photographic print of the scene taken immediately after the incident occurred? What's interesting is the plate of the steak that you see on the victim's table. The steak that Miss Brett had been eating before the professor was killed? Yes, go on. More accurately, Your Excellency, the steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed. Now you're splitting hairs. Not true. Doesn't something about this steak strike you as very unnatural? Unnatural? What on earth do you mean? It's extremely obvious I'm talking about the shape of the edge of where it's been eaten. Ah! I see you've noticed it too, Miss Brett. No, noticed what exactly, Counsel? A few moments ago, Miss Brett papers about steaks. Papers about steaks, Miss Brett claimed that no Englishman would even contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without a knife and a fork. Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself. Take a good look at this steak in particular, the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there. Someone humped the steak. That was what I noticed. I think Miss Brett realized something. So, if the witness, as she claims, couldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all, you dumb fuck.
Objection!
But what's your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravenously hungry? Oh, whatever you say, dear lady. As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer. Of course. This will all be over in the blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put this rookie in his place just... I've heard enough, Bird. You're irritating little spectacled samurai relic. Of course. Dear lady! What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your actual Bird. Clearly, no witness knows what this means. He's realized the catastrophic implications these teeth marks in the steak have for her. Ryunosuke, you know where you're going with this. Yes, now at last, all come together. Steak. Serious teeth marks in a steak that have allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the bloodstain I know I saw somehow seems to have disappeared. Most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. I accept that these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel. What exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Everything, Your Excellency. Everything? Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here are conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson.
Shut up!
Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You don't know the naming of the phase. Typical Japanese empty threats. How can you be so sure? Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago. Actually, the evidence I've been talking about hasn't been brought before to the court yet. Hasn't been? What? But just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean the evidence doesn't exist.
Objection!
What the fuck are you talking about? It can't be. I don't believe you.
Objection!
I don't, but there's someone who does have it in this very courtroom. And if that person's willing to submit that piece of evidence I'm referring to, I will solve every remaining mystery about this case. Very well. I have a feeling this is maybe my last request to the defense in this trial. Oh, really now? Oh, really? Who possesses the conclusive evidence? It's you. You fucking tampered with the scene.
Take that!
The answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hosonaga. Hosonaga. Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's ridiculous. No, I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on the stake with the teeth marks. Yes? Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I'd enjoyed chomping my way through a good steak, as well as admitting to stealing Kurikuta-san's coin. He told us that he slipped it under the desk, under the steak. You watch it, Cadet. I'm a superior officer. Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the stake that you put the coin under, in fact, your own stake? Attention! Affirmative, of course. I may be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it. In other words, the stake had been detective submitted as evidence earlier. Was in fact Sergeant Nosa's stake.
Objection!
But that makes no sense. That plate was taken from the victim's table.
Objection!
Yeah, yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor does she have any opportunity to steal the coin. Of course I didn't steal it. Even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire. Well then, how do you explain this paradox? Exactly! Surely you're not going to suggest that the sergeant switched the two stakes over? As I said, I immediately lifted my stake and hid the coin underneath it. But then when the waiter announced that he was an undercover policeman, I thought I had it. If he decided to investigate my slab of meat, that'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. So when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. Military precision and timing. I switched my stake in the one on the foreign lady's table. What? You can't have. I never saw you do such a thing. It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you, so yes, I did what I had to be done. Also, baby. Unbelievable. However, Fear not, Prosecutor-san. What now? I swear on the brass buttons of my uniform that is all I did, sir. All you did? That's plenty, Sergeant.
Yes!
All of you need to go to jail. All of you need to go to jail. And the plate it was on back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes. Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that only taken Miss Brett's stake after the incident, but also the sergeant's. And to preserve evidence, you had taken both. Ah! Correct. Please present it to the court now. Show me that stake!
Shut up!
What can that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat? I can't even have the slightest bearing on the case.
Objection!
No, you're not wiggling your way out of this one this time, lady. I beg your pardon. Surely you're not that forgetful. Do you remember the reason why the steak pan promises to prove such a problem for you? No. You're the one who decided it was a problem, not me. Reason the defense asked to see that plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. He thinks he remembers. I'm quite sure what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Mr. Wilson, there's a clear splattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. And now we have the evidence to prove it. And the plate you were eating from, Miss Brett. Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will show the evidence to the court. Present the beefsteak and the plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Blood on the steak. The blood stain's visible. Yes. Look. Yes. And this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the plate shows the moment the victim was shot. Facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim. Ah! Can't be. In fact, there's only one person who could possibly shot Dr. Wilson from the front. And I'm sure everyone knows behind now who that person is. The old man. No. Ah! That's right. It's Giselle Brett. It's you! Is the swan dead? Outdone by a Japanese me? By a Japanese schoolboy? No, no! What is happening? What is happening? What? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. The Hannah's chicks. She died. She died. Oh my god. Aw, look at these. Yeah. What the fuck? What the actual fuck? Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman, forgive me. Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth, this time. Gladly, Your Excellency. It was I who took the professor's life using curare. As you surmised, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. I planned to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison could be found in the water. Because curare is an unheard of here in Japan. Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to use the professor to take one tiny sip of this water and it would all be over. I would place the steak I'd ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he'd been dining alone. And leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose. Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair so that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point. I concocted a plan at the spur of the moment. Planned to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man. Happened to know that the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of curare in my handbag. And my own pistol concealed under my skirt. I knew she had a fucking gun. I was right. There was 2 guns. Yes. Then when I finished my coffee and got up to leave, that's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed under the floor, or on the floor. A place where you were sure that I would notice it. Everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I intended. Then, just as you bent down to pick it up, I shot him in the fucking chest. That's when you shot the professor with your own gun. Even though, at that point, he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared. Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside. That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor in his chair around. Because, of course, we needed to make it look like he was the defendant that shot Dr. Wilson from where he picked up the gun. So there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor. Your Excellency? Yes? I wonder. Might I speak with you in private later? I shall call on you. Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san. seem. This trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution's in agreement? This can't be! Takeshi Achiki does not lose! Ouchie! Oh, fuck. That's the likes of this rookie student! You better start getting used to that tough opposition. Ah! Rinosuke Naruhodo! Yes? This insult to the Ouchie family name will never be forgotten! You become conceited with age, counsel. With the old, you have to stand in the way, make way for the new. It's the way of the world. And may you never forget that. Put your sword away. Put your sword away. Oh my god. Husband, no. You're bald. End of story. Trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in the history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as an accused, you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case. You proved that Ouchie is bald. Congratulations. Thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction will unravel the truth that is a modern methodology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened up its doors to the wider world. The Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will bring in new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits, but what will it look like? I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. Kazuma, Asogi. Yes. After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can. Absorb the wider world that you are able to. Do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Never mind. As for you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Yes? In you, I sense, how can I put it, unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency! It's time to deliver the final verdict. You're guilty. Ha ha ha. Go to jail. Okay, you're not guilty. I was fucking with you. Court is now adjourned. I can't believe it. I can't believe what's happened. I made it! I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial! Ryunosuke! You finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma. Ha ha ha! No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. So, you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place on Yume University Street, don't forget. Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off. Congratulations to both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocence. Ah, our trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result too, you know. Oh no, I didn't do anything. Thank you so much! If we hadn't had that research report of Miss Brett's, I didn't know how things would have turned out. Your kind words should really be for my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate. Your father? Yes, of course. Old man. Speaking of Mikotoba. Ah, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. I want to go home. Naruto, you did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor. Oh no, it was I should be thanking you, after all. Your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Good friend? Oh yes, you mentioned that before. You actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. Professor Mikotoba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably, that's when you met Dr. Wilson? Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital. Oh, you worked together? I never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now, and he's dead. So it doesn't matter. It's your turn, Asogi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world. Oh my god. In medicines, science, engineering, culture, and of course in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. I will. I'll learn all that I can. I swear on this, the spirit of the Asogi clan. You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. The Japanese man katana is his soul. It means Japanese sword. This blade shows me where I need to go. It cuts down anything that's in my way. Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. You cut that bald man's hair. Giselle Brett, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder. Her. It's not easy to tell you this, but... What do you mean? Clearly she's going to face trial herself now. She's the true culprit, after all. You will be leaving Japan in the very near future. For Shanghai. What? Shanghai? China. Giselle Brett will not appear in court again for this country. I am certain of that. What? But why not? A matter of consular jurisdiction. Inspector Hosonaga. It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. I must congrat... But what's all this about consular jurisdiction? Cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. What? We can't try her? But then who? Who's gonna bring her to justice? A British consular court will hear her case somewhere far away, where our voices cannot be heard. Why a consular court? Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now that we signed the friendship treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right. Then, so long as not a serious incident of a highly political nature to our respective governments. Can't they invoke a consular court just like that? Oh, can't they? Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our government making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. But Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. I'm afraid that for the young student, today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of comeuppance for her. I don't believe it. British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. Obviously taking this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. But it's all going to change from now on. We can make it change. This is a time of great turmoil. This new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Judgment, oh my god. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. A professor. You're right. This is no time for gloomy faces. Might I suggest Le Carnival? Where the murder happened? As the head waiter, I would be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. You're a detective, Hosonaga-san, aren't you? Let's not worry about details for now. I'll cough all over your food. To La Carnival! Will you accompany us, Professor? Of course! La Carnival's food is second to none, as long as you cough all over my food. I shall go and attend for the paperwork for Naruhodo-san's release. Oh yes, thank you. But Giselle Brett won't be tried here. Suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Kazuma, can you please turn that fan off? I just wanted to say thanks again, that's all. You really saved my skin today. I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your own work. Skills made the difference, though. One day, I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. Look at whatever, Kazuma. I'm not so sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. What? Come on, be serious. If I helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. You did have a natural talent for it. For being a defense lawyer, I mean. Oh no, not me. All that tense verbal combat, I don't ever want to be here ever again. I did what you told me to do, that's all. Because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry? What do you mean that's the point? Listen, Ryunosuke. Do you know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs in order to win? Knowledge of the law? No. The ability to believe. To believe? To believe what? A defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it. I'm human, just like you. I didn't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. You have to make a choice about what to believe in and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom, you can really be backed into a corner. Being able to remain faithful is what you choose to believe in, even then. That's not something anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Even in your client. But I'm the client! Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience, but you never stopped believing in me. Well, I faced a seemingly hopeless situation time and time again. You never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it. Through your own efforts. And because you never stopped believing, holding on to that feeling, yeah. Thanks, Kazuma. Something I want to ask you, actually. Ryunosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. I'm serious. What is... Ah! You're still here, are you? Oh, Inspector Hosonaga! Jesus Christ! I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go! Woo, rickshaws! Outdated modes of transport. Let's go! Why can't you just get a horse? Let's pick up this conversation again later, after we ride a rickshaw for some reason. We should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory! And your study to tour to Great Britain, don't forget. Yes, that too. But my very first trial came to an end after 5 fucking hours. Azuma. Professor Mikotoba. Sato-san. Who acted as my assistant. This guy. Because of the help and support of all these people that I managed to go through that trial. But more importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. Oh, we made it! Oh my god. Oh. Fucking hell. All right, that was the first episode. Actually, DJ, that's incorrect. There are 10 episodes. Thank you. My voice hurts. I'm gonna go lay down now. I love you. Okay. Bye.